I gotta hit the right button. I gotta hit the other button first before I say hello. Hi! Hello, everyone. Happy Thursday. 3 more days till March. Can you believe it? Month's almost over. It's wild. Hello, Standing. It's good to see you. I am looking forward to spring. I'm looking forward to consistently getting to ride my bike more. I'm thinking that I'm gonna try for Sunday. It's supposed to be sunny. It's not gonna be warm, but I don't know. I've biked in cold weather before. I'll be fine. I'll just bundle up a little bit. But I actually found, so I have an old hoodie, but the zipper is broken, so I can't close it. But just like putting it on and having the coverage on my arms is like the right amount of insulation. If it's closed, I actually find it's too much and I get kind of ew. But yeah, I don't know. As long as it is not wet, I find I can bike fine. So yeah, I am looking forward to it. I do like the colder weather. I do prefer it to be cold to it being hot, but it's time. Hello, Gally. Happy Thursday. I hope you're doing well. Welcome in. Welcome in. Oh, and before I forget, hello, lurkers. And hello, VOD watchers. Hope everyone is excited for the weekend. Aw, Gally, thank you for the subscription. I appreciate the support. I hope you enjoy the emotes. Thank you, Chum. Thank you, thank you. Before I forget, up top, there is something that I need to ask you guys. And I'll probably, and thank you for the watch stream. I'll probably mention it in the Discord as well, just to make sure that anybody who misses it here can weigh in. So, next weekend, there is a Comic-Con downtown. There's a Comic-Con over in the city. That it's one of those things that I keep forgetting that it's gonna happen because it's earlier in the year than I expect. And by the time I realized when it is, it's already over. But I caught it this year. I know it's happening because one of the artists that I follow online announced that they were going to be there, and I'm like, oh shit, it's happening. So here's my thought process on it, and I want y'all's input, opinions, yays and nays. So if any of you have ever been to a convention, you'll probably know Sunday is kind of a dead day a lot of times. You know, people that have traveled are getting ready to go home or have already left because they have to be back to start next week. And you know, people are not necessarily there yet on the weekday. You know, Friday's better, so this one runs Thursday to Sunday. So Thursday's just going to be like everybody show up. Friday will be more of a thing, and then Saturday's going to be the big day, right? That's going to be when everyone that can show up is going to show up, probably. You know, it's the bell of the curve. So obviously that has a little bit of a scheduling conflict with the fact that we stream on Saturdays. And this isn't going to be like the chocolate festival in October where I can just go for a little bit and, you know, sample some stuff and come back. You know, this is definitely going to be a thing where I'm going to be gone all day. So I'm trying to figure out what I want to do. Obviously, I can't just go on Sunday, but like I said, that's going to be a bit of a dead day. You know, I imagine a lot of the artists that I would want to go see and the merch and such is either going to be sold out or just already left. I could go on Saturday and then we would have the stream on Sunday instead. But that's kind of the thing that I would need. I want to get everyone's input on is, would you be okay with a Sunday stream instead of a Saturday stream next week? So yeah, that's something to consider. The other thing that I was thinking of is, do I just want to take Friday off? Do I just want to call out on Friday and be like, see if my lead will let me do a short notice 3-day weekend? Because I'm going to be honest, I'm kind of tired with work. I have not been enjoying my job for the last couple of weeks. So a day off would not be unwelcome. Um, and if I go on Friday, then that kind of resolves the entire thing, right? Because then I just go on Friday and we have the Saturday stream and I can tell you guys about it then. Sunday merch is slim pickings for sure. Sunday streams are better for me because of the whole day off. Okay, so that would actually work well for you. Fair enough. So, if you do get burned out, you can't enjoy the work and do it as well as you want. It's true. And a lot of the stuff that I've been working on that obviously I cannot tell you guys about, I do feel like I'm just kind of trying to get it done. I'm not like enjoying it or putting as much love into it as I could be. And that's definitely not a fun place to be in. Not so much with my own stuff. I feel like that's going fine, but the stuff that I have to do for work is just like but yeah, I don't know. I'll consider that because the Friday, I feel like Friday would kind of arguably solve two problems. Right? It would give me a little time off from work. It would let me go during an opportune period of the convention. It would keep Sunday free so I could still get my exercising in. So I might do that. I'll let me check with my lead tomorrow and see how they feel about it. If they're okay with me, giving a week's notice before a day off. Like, it's one day off, so it shouldn't be a big thing, right? But sometimes, like at the start of the year, the sort of higher ups, I think it's just like a thing of the company trying to understand its scheduling and its budgeting and all that. But they were like, yeah, if you could let us know like what your plans are for like time off plans for like the next 6 months, is like, brother, I don't know what my plan is to the end of the week. Are you insane? So yeah, I'll let you guys know. We'll probably discuss it again on Saturday. But I just want to get out ahead of that a little bit. I didn't want to surprise anybody and be like, hey guys, we're gonna do a Sunday streams. I'm not being here Saturday, and like not tell you guys until Friday evening or whatever, because that's no fun, right? So yeah, we'll revisit it, but thank you for your input, for your thoughts on the matter. So I have a little story, or a funny little thing that happened yesterday, and you guys can't judge me for this. So I've been having an issue where my sink drain it's backed up, it's clogged. It does not run water very well, and I have tried repeatedly. I've gotten it sort of eased off a little bit. I use Drano, I use vinegar and baking soda. I did this and that and tried all these things, and I would get it to work a little bit better, and then it stopped. It would back up again. I'm like, okay. So I was planning to go to the hardware store and get one of those like declogging wire tools that you get. That you like, feed it down the pipe, and then you crank it, and it sort of blends up and catches whatever's causing the blockage, and then you can pull it out, right? I was gonna go and get one of those, but the backup was getting pretty bad, and I was just looking at it. I was getting really frustrated, and I looked over and I'm like, I have a plunger. So I grabbed the plunger, I made sure it was cleaned off, I kind of filled the sink up with water, And then I just gave it like 3 or 4 good plunges. And there was a shoof, and then it worked. It's great. It's like nothing was ever wrong. Sometimes the solutions are the things that you already have, and you just got to get a little creative with it. So yeah, that saved me a trip to the hardware store, um, which was good. Sometimes you just gotta take the plunge. Boo, boo, boo. Oh, it's terrible. Oh, I love it. Are you fucking sorry? So yeah, that I don't know. It was a bit of a weight off my mind because I was trying to figure out when I would go over, and it's like nice. Sometimes just well, yeah, I thought so. um, it was extremely dad coded. It's true. What else was the other thing? Um, yeah, there was that. I got some more model work done. I had a really good run yesterday. I I don't know. Ever I since I got the insoles and everything, sort of the new setup, I've been doing the PT exercises. Running has actually gone really well lately. I don't want to attribute it to Uma Musume or anything, but I do kind of have that like I feel like the Uma spirit is with me. It's just been a lot smoother, and I feel like I can go a lot farther, and I'm like not even tiring out in the same way that I was before. Who knew having a good platform to run on would feel good and make it a lot easier. Um, I had a route planned out, and I got about to the end of it. I was like, I'm feeling good. I can keep going. And so, instead of turning for home, I went in a different direction. It's like, okay, I can, run this an extra mile or two and see how that goes. And I got sort of to like the first marker of that. And I felt like a pang in one of my heels. And I was like, abort. But thankfully, it was right at a point where I like would have gone a lot farther, or I could turn for home. So it happened at just the right moment of like, okay, this nope, just turning to home. All right, no worries, Gally. I hope the work goes very well. Always nice to have people co-working, and I'll see you later. Um, so yeah, unfortunately, it ended on a bit of a not ideal note, right? A little bit of like a oof, but it was still a good run. And even like by the time I got home, whatever had sort of agitated my heel seemed to largely be gone. But it's one of those things of like, um, you know, part of why I'm doing the PT now is that I hurt my knee a long time ago. I took a bad slope and then kept running because I was young and stupid. Um, and I think that just kind of messed it up, So it's like, if your body is telling you something is wrong, you gotta listen to it. Just try and power through. Oh, Wellington then put me on the design team for the last 4-ish hours. Oh, interesting. Well, I hope that goes well. And they better be paying you overtime. If it is overtime. So, yeah. Luckily, I don't think anything is wrong, but I don't know. It's nice to actually enjoy running more. I definitely enjoy biking the most, but when the weather doesn't really support biking, I like being able to run as well. I like being able to still get outside and actually, go places. I don't know. I like biking and running just because I feel like I'm so much more aware of my environment. I feel like with a car, like a bus is marginally better because you're not in the act of driving. So you can be more observant of your surroundings. So a lot of times, people are just on their phones, so look at whatever. But I get in the car, my mental focus is on driving and getting wherever I'm going, right? I don't really get to enjoy the space that I'm traveling through because all of the mental capacity is focused on, well, not crashing. Because oh boy. But when I'm running or when I'm biking, like I'm still obviously have to be aware of my surroundings. I have to have my head on a swivel and everything. But like it's at a pace that I can actually enjoy where I am and what I'm seeing. And it's kind of nice even to go through the same routes over the course of the year and sort of see like how things change, how the seasons change, if there's like construction or projects going on, seeing those progress, just kind of seeing who's around, seeing other people out and about. It's nice. It's nice. And I love Beat Saber, don't get me wrong. But it is nice to actually, get out of the house as well. I don't think I would want to play Beat Saber on the go, It seems like a bad idea. The Quest headset that I have has the ability to switch between like full immersion and augmented reality. So it has like cameras on the outside that it can, show you a projection of your surroundings. And it's pretty good. It has a little bit of distortion. It doesn't really have delay. And like it's fine for navigating around the space, when I've had to like stop playing and go grab something, grab a water bottle or go, excuse me, do something around the house. It's fine for that. But the commercials for the Quest show people like going out into the city, going on public transit, going running errands and like taking it with them. I'm like, I would not do that. I would not, like, one, for sheer like dumb factor, I would not wear it in public, but I also don't know that I would really be comfortable navigating an unfamiliar space with the distortion and weight of the headset on. Also, one thing that they show in the commercials, and I don't really know how well it would work, is like people watching sports games. Like they go to the laundromat or something and then they watch a game. It's like, so wait, are you streaming a game? Like, I guess if the laundromat has Wi-Fi, right, that would be fine. But like, say I want to go to the grocery store and I'm watching a game. The grocery store does not have Wi-Fi readily available, right? There's no peripheral vision. There's like a teeny bit, but it's pretty limited. It's pretty limited. You have to do a lot more turning, yes. Which, yeah, like, again, in a familiar space, that's fine, right? You're just... I need to, like, visually confirm where I am, but I know the layout of my house enough that I'm not checking constantly. It could be a bear. It's true. Bears are notoriously stealthy. You always have to keep an ear out for them. They are nature's stealth bombers. So I don't know. Like, I definitely don't think the technology is there to do the things that they were advertising it to do. Is it technically possible? I suppose. Is it like well set up to do that? No. No, I wouldn't say it is. That's okay. That's okay. I only have the one VR game anyway. My headset is literally a Beat Saber machine. That is the only thing that I use it for. I keep meaning to get Half-Life Alyx, but that's kind of it. I have not tried Star Citizen in VR. You know, the people that have tried it have sworn like it is a really incredible experience, and I'm sure it is. I think the two things for me with that game in particular. So, in general, not specific to Star Citizen, like this would be a problem that I have in Elite as well, and I think would just kind of have with most games, is I don't really want to go through the process of hooking up the VR headset and getting the interfacing for that working every time I want to play the game. You know? It just feels like too much work. It feels like too much setup. I'm sure there's a lot of work that gets put in to like making it less of a pain in the butt, but Star Citizen has the additional problem of getting the game to actually be performant reliably enough with a single monitor, let alone two monitors at VR frame rates, right? Yes, I could drop all the graphic settings and everything, lower all the settings to favor performance, and that would definitely help. But I don't know that I really trust it enough to that I would be like, yeah, we can do this. We can have a good experience with it. I did do a little bit of eye tracking testing in Star Citizen, and that was fun. Well, it was interesting. Really dangerous with yours. Sometimes it's pretty sweet. Do the explain? Okay. No, I can definitely see the appeal, right? Don't get me wrong. I understand why you would want to use it. I'm not even going to pretend that I don't want to use it. But I just a lot of times it's like I don't want to set this up. I just want to play. I just want to open the game and play it. It's my fun and I want it now. So I'll probably mess with it at some point, especially if we continue to see performance improvements. One of the lead technical devs recently was sort of talking about some of the stuff that they're working on to improve performance overall. So it's like, okay, we can hope that things are going to get better there, but we'll see where that goes long term. I suppose if I'm just sitting at my computer, I can also keep it plugged in so it doesn't, go through its battery in like 2 or 3 hours. I can actually just kind of let it sit with the cable in and then just continue to use it. That'll be nice. Yeah, I think the Quest gets like 3 hours of battery, give or take. It's not amazing. It's not terrible, especially Beat Saber I play in like 40 to 70 minute bursts. So I can get like a use or two out of it before it's out of battery. But for a longer form game like a space sim or something where I could potentially be sitting there for hours, I would have to be able to charge it back up in the middle of the game. So I would either need to have a battery pack like in my pocket, or I would need to just have it plugged into a socket. Is there something else? Nothing in particular, I think. Sort of been keeping up with some of the gaming news recently. You know, obviously, people are still sort of considering the fallout of the Blue Point news and the Microsoft news. So that's been fun. But yeah, I don't know. Pretty. Oh, there was one weird thing that happened today. Around lunchtime or so, I got a text that my order at a place that I had never been to in Southern California, was being processed and would be ready for pickup, you know, at this time. And I'm like, well, I didn't do that. So, you know, I called the place to try and figure out what was going on, and they were just like, that's really fucking weird. And I checked my bank statement. There was nothing happened on the credit card. There was no record of anything being done with my card. So I don't think anyone, like, I don't think anyone was trying to impersonate me. And it was very weird because it was from a number that I get notifications when I do place orders, right? I have like a message log from this number of restaurants that I have ordered from, because it's all, you know, sort of through the same commerce platform, internet commerce platform. So it's like, okay, so this isn't a scam, right? It's not a scam thing of like, oh, you know, click this link and then they hit you with malware or something. One, I had mentioned it, one of my coworkers, I think, was right. Probably someone just put the wrong phone number in for their contact info when they placed the order. They were probably just like, yeah, it's this, and 555 instead of 5, and just got my number by mistake, right? But I don't know. I guess I hope they got their food and that they be more careful in the future. But yeah, that was a bit of a unpleasant, just like, oh, I really hope no one has my card. I think we're okay. I think we're all good. So with all that said, here's the thing, the thinking, the planning, the notioning for this evening. Living very insecure time. It sure feels like it. And that's why you should secure your future with a VPN. Hashtag not sponsored. Okay, so here's what I would like to do tonight. Here's what I'm thinking. Last week, I don't know, man. If one of those VPNs wants to give me their VPN money, I won't necessarily say no. Okay, so last week, remember we went through sort of setting up a bunch of, or not setting up, but like concepting animations for Jordan, right? We got through sort of an idea for a walk cycle, a cycle for her throwing the book and then, retrieving it. If it's a miss, we sort of looked at some stuff for climbing over the walls. And I think we will continue with that tonight. However, part of the reason that we are doing this and not directly working in engine is because our fucking rig has been a broken piece of shit for I don't know how long. Definitely for months. And I did not get a chance to work on it last night. I was doing more 3.0 model work. I opened it a little bit for after work today. Oh, excuse me. Oh, absolutely fine. I was messing around with stuff. And one of the things that I was able to do, because we've gotten a better sense of what exactly is wrong with it, right? Helps me to refine my searches, right? Get a better sense of what question should I be asking to try and resolve the problem. And in doing so, I found a Reddit thread of someone that was having a different problem, but their solution might help us out here. So, what I would like to do is start out there. We're gonna troubleshoot for a little bit. Not that long, just a little bit. And if it does work, whether it works or not, we're gonna go back to our concepting afterwards. But if it does work, that will give us the opportunity that next week we can start getting back into the actual 3D animation practice, sort of going through the tutorials that we were stuck on because we couldn't get the rig to work the way that we wanted. And sort of final caveat before we jump in with this, I don't know that this is going to actually solve all of the problems, but some of my initial testing gives me reason to be optimistic. So let's go ahead and jump on over. I'm gonna go on this side because it's Unreal time. And then let's do new. Hey again, kid. It's been a minute. How you doing? Okay, so this is actually the second. I set up another modular rig just to do a bunch of testing and such on. This is our primary rig. I haven't messed with this one yet. But just to sort of remind everyone, on our right foot, the one with all the red controls here, there seems to be a mismatch, a miscommunication between the IK controls, all of the various control objects that we have here, and the FK, the direct control hierarchy as established by the bones. And this results in, well, you can see it right there in that little twitch of the foot. But if I just let it run back and forth, we get the spazzy toe. So, like I said, haven't messed with this one. But the Reddit thread that I found and seemed to give me a little bit of headway on this was basically saying, let me pull it up and I can sort of speak to exactly their issue, right? Well, so what they were having a problem with was the modular rig was only creating the FK controls for them. And to sort of show you guys what that looks like, if we go into, let's go into this leg, and then we will default to FK. You'll see we go from all those nice little boxes and whatnot to these rings. And what the rings do is they're just they're just controllers to rotate the bone itself, right? That's FK control. It's just the bone is directly driving. So for them, it was only creating these. It was not creating the IKs, which obviously is not ideal because you want to have both sets available for whatever it is you're looking for, right? You want to have this ability to just like grab this box and move it, and the leg sort of auto orients itself to allow that to make sense. The solution, their problem, was a matter of parenting. Well, yes, what they got, and admittedly, we were seeing some of this unexpected results errors that they were seeing. But they said they just had to parent the leg module under the root module, and had to add a socket to the pelvis and call it the hip socket. So that did not solve it for me. I tried sort of changing the hierarchy, which you can't really see behind the chat window and my body, but what it did lead me to mess with, we're gonna have to do, always blame the parents, well, what it did lead me to mess with was I noticed that the foot, can I move this actually so that you guys can see it really quickly? I can, except that's not the one I want to move. You'll notice that the, there we go. So the leg hierarchy, the foot is attached to the thigh socket, but this foot is attached to the foot socket. I'm going to put that back. And so I go to foot L, and things seem to be okay. Foot primary is in the thigh socket, whereas this one is in the foot socket. And then we've got the bone assignments correctly. This one is using body offset control as its parent control. And this one, and then the settings is coming from global. And that seems to work fine for the left foot. But if we go back to our main one, you can see they're both using body offset. I don't know why IK turned off here. Where'd it go? Hello? Okay, now it's back. We just had to do a little reset, I guess. Anyway. So you'll notice, though, I set things differently on this right foot, which is the leg one here. And on this, when I set that forward, backward, continual resolve, well, now it's happening again. Okay, hang on. You were behaving before. I swear you were. What happened? Oh, okay, so yeah, compile. And now we're going to set it, instead of the body offset, we're going to set it to the root control. Okay. And then set that to global. See, now I'm wondering if this was a false positive. Or if, like, we did something, but it wasn't actually alternating the way that I thought it was. Oh, compile. Yeah, okay. I think it was not... Shit. Okay, I think it was just alternating between forward and forward. It wasn't actually any different than it was before. Out of curiosity, I set you to the foot IK. No, it still doesn't like that. There is a pattern. Let's see if I put... Well, basically what it sort of made me look for or consider is what is the hierarchy, right? Is there something that this should be looking for instead, or something that we should assign here? Rather than just assign it to the global offset. Because it seems to me that there's something. And it's very strange, right? Because the left foot seems to be perfectly happy with how this is set up. And then the right foot is just not. So if we reassign this to the thigh, we got the foot, the arm, and we set to this body offset and compile it. Root right there. Body offset control name, root global. Yeah, that seems fine. And then the spine. Line 4, global body offset. What is the rig hierarchy here? Body hips. Full vector parent. I'm gonna be really upset if it's this. But it might be. Arm. Oh. Well, that's interesting. Why is that not there? So I'm looking, because right now I have the pull vector parent set to the body offset control, which seems not correct. But then I go and I look for the pull vector IK control for the right leg, and it's not there. There just isn't one. There's one for the left leg. We go to the rig hierarchy. What do we see there? So we go down to the left leg. Where is it? Yeah, so these are forward kinematic controls. All down there. And then we've got the foot R null. We've got BK controls. Foot controls. Yeah, leg PV IK control, which is at the bottom underneath the foot. So if we close this, okay, so here it is. It's in the same spot, but it's not showing up when I look for it. Leg, foot control. Interesting. It seems like none of the right side controls are showing up. But why would that be? Okay, well, let's try going to the other leg and seeing if they show up there. They do. Chat, I might have fucked up somewhere. I think I might be understanding why it's so upset. We're gonna try something now. We're going to reassign all the bones. We are just going to take all the bones out, as you do. And we're going to go to this one. We're going to do the same thing. We're going to put all the lefts in the right, and all the rights in the lefts. We're going to see if that fixes anything. Honestly, going back over here, this probably should have been a tell, right? That we had these control points, these control vectors, and we're crossing. Because they're trying to be in the right spot. Well, I say all this like we've solved it, and we haven't. But if this does prove to be the problem, then that should have been a tell. Not bell, ball. Mull. Okay. And then this one just needs to be foot. Right. And ball. Right. Okay. And now we compile. Okay, so those are still crossing. And our foot is still broken. Oh, wait. Okay, so now we need to reassign this to the right socket. And then this is going to go into the right socket as well. And then you need to go into the left socket, which admittedly this is getting more and more fucked up as we go. Oh, because all of the connections are broken now. Okay. Okay, well, I think we need to... Oh, actually, what we might be able to do... No, this is still faster. Could you please? Thank you. Okay, foot primary. I'm sorry, what the fuck do you mean? Okay, fine. Just assign it there, I guess? Okay. Oh no! Fascinating, but oh no. Okay, so bring this over here for a minute for me. If we go back here, I'm gonna grab this. For some reason, this keeps unparenting. And then your parent is going to be the thigh. I guess we gotta assign it like that, right? And then that goes there. And then if we go back to the leg, we're gonna grab the right PV control. No. I feel like I'm making things worse. Out of curiosity, what does that do? Well, it's definitely worse. Now let's compile that. I do a backwards solve. What does that do? Okay, so who are you? That's the foot bone. What is the foot bone going all the way up there? F. Oh, no, that's right. And then the foot, and then the thigh. Okay, so let's set you to the body offset again. And compile that. And then we're gonna set that like that. So what happened that has put the leg so out of order? I feel like I almost have it. We got the global control, body offset control. I mean, that all seems fine. The pelvis is set up correctly. Half foot thigh. Yeah, that's fine. We don't have any overrides there. What are we missing? And why are the pull vectors so off? Yeah, something here is really messed up. See, that is the foot BK control, which should be down here. But something in the hierarchy has gotten it moved out of position. Okay, so the good news is this is on control rig 2. So this is where we can afford to mess a bunch of stuff up and figure out why it's breaking. We're not breaking anything that we are actually going to be using, which is important. Okay, so the BK control does seem to be in the right spot. Yes. Yes. Foot R, no. Foot L, no. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, good. So that's all correct. But for some reason, you are putting this entirely in the wrong spot. Let me check something really quickly. I want to go back to that Reddit thread. Yeah, okay. User likes controls and no foot parents. Let me use a bug. I want to test something really quickly with this. What happens if we remove the feet altogether? Compile that. And then, okay. So if we remove the feet modules entirely, the problem is resolved. We still get the ability to control the feet, or the legs, right? We can rotate the foot up and down like that. We just don't get any IK controls for the feet, which is less than ideal. So we don't want to accept that as a solution. Alright, let's see what this video says, because this came up in an Unreal thread as well. So, going to bring this up and load it in here so that we can see, we can all follow along together and see if this gives us something useful. Let me do something really quickly, just for the sake of my own sanity. There we go. Yeah, no kidding. Right? Okay. Weird. Oh, come on. Okay, let me try this. And I'm noticing on my hierarchy, it does not show root. I wonder if that creates an issue. Okay, so new module. We're going to attach a foot to it. We'll call it foot R. Then we're going to go in here. We're going to go root colon spine colon spine 01. Okay. Oh, okay, so root, spine, pelvis, no. What are you looking for here? Okay, root, spine, leg R. And then, yeah, I guess go down to... Well, let's see what he says. Okay. We want the foot R socket. And Unreal Crash, because Unreal's a piece of shit. Let's keep watching while we wait for that to come back. Huh. They get that leg twitch too. Okay. In some ways, it's kind of nice to know that I'm not the only one running into some of this shit. But let's see. We can't. Okay, so what's interesting about that is it seems like the twitching thing, like it's a bug, but it might not be as impactful as I thought. But what I'm wondering is if some of the hierarchies, the parenting that we have set up here is what's causing the weird behavior when we try to assign it to things. So we're gonna mess with this for a little bit longer, and then I think we'll jump over and call it a night. But I want to see if we can't figure out some of why this might be behaving the way that it is. Yeah, that twitch apparently is a known issue. Whether Epic actually solves it or not, who the fuck knows? Or no, leave this on global. And then the parent control, I think, should be body offset. Yes. Compile that. Oh, you mage. Thank you for the 45 stream streak. Good to see you. I hope you're having a good Thursday. And now the question is, if I go over here, so why do you have the inverted pull vector controls? You won't even accept that as a control. So I guess we just leave it on. We assign hips. Yes, but that doesn't really change anything. How are you doing, Mage? That's still doing that. Right, some redusting games of Warhammer. Oh yeah, the update for that is happening soon, isn't it? We're just gonna go ahead and reassign these to foot instead of thigh. File that. All that seems to be correct. We're just gonna go down here. So this like 0.25, which it's still off. Marine came out. Oh, it was today. Nice. Alright. It's gonna do the same thing over here. 0.25. Okay. So if we go back to our main one now. I'm glad you're having fun with it. It's always kind of nice to get back into a game and feel like it's a fresh experience again. Speaking of which, one of these days I really need to reopen Monster Hunter. Okay, so that's assigned to the correct socketing. Body offset, pelvis. Should have the knees and... well, the length is good. I don't know if I'm gonna do it this weekend, but at some point I would like to. Okay, so go ahead and save that. I don't really like the knee offsetting there, but I'm gonna have to trust that it's okay. Admittedly, it does not deserve that trust, but I'm not really seeing a lot of other options here. Okay. Go back here. The thing is, I don't feel like we've really solved anything. We've messed around with a couple of settings, but I don't think we've really confirmed or made anything different. Oh, where did I put the animations? Here we go. Huh. Well, that's different. She dancing. Alright, so you got the walk cycle back. What's a game I actually have to focus while playing, so I can't do it on weekdays while modding? Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, it's not. You are definitely right. It is not the type of game that I'm just like, I'll pop in for a quick round of Monahana before bed. No, no, no. Okay, I need you. Can I get you to leave? Or at least go over there. So I'm pretty sure this is doing all the same shit that we were seeing before. Yeah. Hmm. I feel like the problem that we're looking at is something in the hierarchy being bad. The BK is right underneath the tip. Yeah, so it's tip null, ball IK, BK null. Tip null, ball IK, BK null, BK control, put IK, and then the effector. Yeah, so the feet are in agreement on their order of operations. That's not the problem. Body controls PV. And it's weird to me that the legs are so far removed from the feet, but whatever. I mean, it's technically not. They're at the same point in the hierarchy. It just kind of feels like they shouldn't be. It feels like the feet should be far lower in the hierarchy than the legs, but whatever. As long as they can make sense of it. The problem is that it's not making sense of it. It's fucking up. And to understand why it's fucking up. Oh. Well, that's interesting. We might be looking at the wrong place. Because you'll notice the leg is breaking, but notice what the foot IK control is doing. Notice how on the blue leg, on her left leg, it keeps with the ankle the entire time, right? Whereas on the red leg, back up a little bit so we can see the model, as the leg goes back, it separates. Right? It's really noticeable in a couple places here. The leg is hyperextending. I bet you if we bring it back a little bit, like, it doesn't solve all the problems for sure. Well, let's try moving a couple of these controls and see if we can understand which, if any of them, are causing our problems. Okay, that's just the toe control, so that's not going to do it. It's this fucker. The roller. Hello, Sonic. Welcome in. Happy Thursday. I hope you're doing well. You're having a good end to the week. It's a little bit better. Go back to the default position and just relax it. Just back up a little bit so the model stops. That already looks way better. Hopefully we can figure out what the shoulders are doing. I mean, honestly, if we can just get rid of the... If the main cause is just deleting the keyframes on the foot roll, then fine. I can live with that. Actually, yeah, we can play it in reverse. And then she just go whoop. Maybe the earbuds are playing the sweet beats. It could be. It could just be bouncing her shoulders to it. She could be bouncing on it, Dale. They could be, but the question is what is pushing them, right? Where is it getting that information? And the thing is, I don't know. See, if we mute the FK, or if we mute the IK rig, we make the animation active again, the baked animation. And we watch that go frame by frame. See, what's happening is the entire body is moving up and down, which makes sense. So I think the shoulders trying to do that. I think that's what it is attempting to do. But then we come back here, the shoulders are still like doing that range of motion, or they're exaggerating the range of motion because the body is going up and down. But it's like something is doubling up on that movement. There's a disconnect between the amount of movement that is happening through the shoulders and the amount that is happening through the rest of the body. IK, use preferred rotation. We don't want to set limits on it. That was freaking out the elbow too, possibly. I wasn't even really paying that much attention to the elbow. What is it doing? It does seem to be... Yeah, it seems like during part of the animation, it's like hyperextending. Yeah, right there. IK, default here, IK. Remind me how many spine bones we have here. Well, so that's the pelvis, so we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then the neck. So this... wrong. I wonder if that has anything... Are the shoulders connected directly to the spine, or is there an additional bone? So, if we go back here, we've got our spine bones, and the final spine bone is where the arms come off. So we've got a spine bone that is connected to neck 1 and 2 clavicle bones. And then the shoulders are connected to that. So this is set up to sort of imitate the shoulder girdle setup, right? That you have the shoulder blades and the clavicles that sort of ground the shoulder socket, or create the shoulder socket itself, and that allows it to, you know, rotate around. You create lagging movement. I want to say no. I think I see where you're coming from. I think the reason that I would say no is because it's baking the animation down at the same rate for everything, right? Admittedly, that looks better. It does look better, except now, no, the shoulders are still like moving in a weird way, sort of independently, and the head looks hyperextended. Like the head is sort of doing a weird thing where it's like trying to balance. It's like hovering almost. Let's see. Are there any settings in here that I'm missing? So the next start, and then the head bone is located. Where is the head bone? Could be that, yes. So we have neck 1, neck 2, and then the head. I feel like the clavicle's moving more than the rest. Yes. That does seem to be what it's doing. That something is pulling the clavicle and the shoulders in addition. Let me try something. I think part of it is that I had the wrong number of spine bones. I was telling the rig that there were a certain number of spine bones. I don't think. Please don't crash. Okay. I did not name this correctly when I set it up, so give me one moment to go back and do a little bit of housekeeping. There we go. Please don't crash. Thank you. Oh, there it goes. God damn it. How goes the rigging? Not great. Not great. I thought we had some idea of why it's doing what it is. Some of the stuff that we were chasing down before seems to be a bit of a non-issue, or just like a known issue with Unreal, but shouldn't be actually blocking us. So we're investigating a couple other things with the rig that might be causing issues. But hello, Tisha. I hope you're having a good Thursday. Welcome in. Let's see how much we lost there. I think it was mostly just the renaming stuff. We'll see. We'll see once it finishes coming back. I think we'll give this a little bit more time. Just mess with a little bit more settings in the clavicle and whatnot, and then we'll jump over and do some sketching. Honestly, if we can sort of figure out, like, oh, this is just sort of the weird extra dumb shit we need to do when we bake the animations to get it to work correctly, then fine. I'm okay with that. Yeah, so we lost all of the naming stuff that I was working on. So let's do that again really quickly, and then we'll come back and... yep, okay. So we're gonna call this L. Every time with this, dude. Good. Okay, go ahead and save and compile. Let's just get through this hand. And then we'll save again. No. Alright. Compile. Save. save hole. And then we're going to call this one shoulder R. Index R. Middle R. Ring R. And pinky R. Compile and save. So now we need to go back to the shoulder. We're going to redirect it to spine 5 and see if that makes it any happier. It might have been the problem that it was looking at spine 4, which is located right here, and thinking that that is where the clavicles need to be orienting off of, which would definitely create the kind of weird bullshit that we were seeing. It would make sense, but let's see if that is indeed the problem. Okay, so that's spline 5. Good. Okay. So I think we're gonna see if this helped at all. And if it did, then poggies. And if it didn't, then I don't know, fuck it. Okay, so bring that back. So you can see the skeleton with the baked animation is still plenty happy, right? That looks good. So let's try baking it again. Export transforms, morph targets, sure. Record in world space, no. Interpolation linear, curve interpretation. Don't need any warm-up frames. I can reduce the keys just to see. Okay, so definitely distorted it. Like, it's still not 1-to-1, but let's see what this looks like now. Why does that look... I feel like that's worse. Maybe it's not worse. But it doesn't look good. Okay, let's check a couple of things. Off we go. Yeah, like I feel like I can see the clavicles moving in a way that they should not be. Except that the joints themselves, the clavicle controls, are not changing their values. They're not sliding around or anything. That's not causing it. Spine 5. Is not moving. Yeah, it's not doing anything that we wouldn't expect it to do. Spine 4. Fine. That's tangent control. Alright, Gally. Be safe getting back. Appreciate you hanging out. I hope you have a very good rest if you don't make it back, and a very good start to your weekend. Everyone say goodnight. rotational values, movement value, controls. Okay. One thing here. So we got global controls. Let's drag this out a bit so we can see. Neck. Bit of a movement there. Got the arm. Okay, so switching the spine between FK and IK did not change that. We go back here, you delete those, turn the arm to FK. Does that change anything? No. So what? Is it something in body offset? No. Nothing in the body controls that would be causing it, would there? But chest tangent. Hips tangent. Spine 5. And arms, thighs, foot, clavicles. Head IK. Hello. So that helps the next situation a bit, I feel like. We go to clavicle controls. Yeah, see, those don't have any toggles. They don't have anything that I think would be like messing with it. Let's see. Yeah, the feathers shouldn't have anything that's messing with it either. Switching back FK. Yeah, see the shoulder, like the arm is moving fine. It's that top of the shoulder that's behaving so funny. So what would be causing that? Root control. Line 5. Line 4. No. And arm PV's chest. Doesn't have anything there. The clavicles don't have anything either. Are those bone joints at the collarbone bouncing, which is giving the extra movement? It seems to be. It seems like something is exaggerating their movement. But I don't know why that would be the case. Yeah, even when I set the head control back to local, it's still doing that. Let me see if anyone online has ideas. Any idea why the modular control rig has lags at the shoulder? 6 views, no responses. Damn it. My guess is a rotation zone, possibly from one of the twist bones of the shoulder. Okay. But I don't have twist bones. Let me watch this guy's video and see if he's having a similar problem. Of course, it's not available. Is it possible to restrict the joint's ability to bounce and see how much it changes? Yes. So, yes and no. I can put limits on various controls to try and stop them from doing things that I don't want them to be doing, or limit the range of rotation or movement. The problem, I guess, to put it very shortly, is I don't know what's moving them, right? Like, this seems to be a little bit. But what's very weird is it seems like something is moving the clavicles independently. And the two things that should actually be controlling it, the clavicle controls, are not moving. They're not updating. They're not changing their values, so nothing should. Unless this needs to be checked on. That's still doing that. So let's try rebaking it with this toggled on and see if this helps at all. Okay, so that's doing that still. Just to be expected. Not ideal. And then if we go down to the clavicle controls, which is still this, see, it's still not moving. Which arguably could be the problem, right? That it should be moving and it isn't. That this isn't actually, doesn't seem to be doing much of anything. Right, we can grab this and use it to move the shoulder around, but let me try something really quickly. Okay, so what is your, where are you? You're the shoulder. Compile this. We're gonna turn the translation off so that we lose these boxes that we're not using. Compile that, save it. Rebake it. Oh. So now the real big question is, how did changing the parent of the shoulder mess up the leg? Very glad this whole process is non-destructive. Right, so if the shoulder doesn't work, how does it look when we assign you to the hips as a parent? Interesting. So it seems like it's still doing it, but it doesn't look like the shoulders are moving at the same timing, right? There's a difference in them now. So we assigned you to the hips. What if we assign both of them to the hips? What does that look like? Now it seems almost like it's doing a side shimmy rather than a vertical shimmy. Let's try rebaking it. it definitely still throws it off a little bit. But yeah, see, there's still a problem. There's still an issue with it, but it's a different issue. Okay, this might be, we're gonna mess with something, because what I'm wondering is if I fucked this up. Basically, the short answer is, did I fuck this up? Because what I'm wondering is whether it's not a problem of, oh, is the order of operations, is the hierarchy wrong here? Because essentially, I have everything parenting to the body offset, which is effectively the highest level, which is technically true, but it might be looking for more of an actual order of operations, and the fact that I'm not giving it to it might be upsetting it. So give me 1 second. I want to look at someone else's modular rig here. Yeah, so this guy doesn't have an example in his. Let me check this video. Okay, that doesn't have anything in it. Yeah, so the one we were looking at before, I think just has everything assigned to body offset as well. Well, no, it does seem like things are... Okay, so yeah, global control. So yeah, both of the feet are set to body offset. But I'm wondering if some of the other stuff, just sort of based on the brief glimpses of his hierarchy, need to be different. You see, I have a bunch of stuff hooked up right here, and then nothing. Until we get to the FKs. Okay, yeah, we've got a bunch of stuff there, which makes sense, but I'm wondering, this is wrong. I'm wondering if this is not correct. So, we're going to go into the spine. Parent control, body offset. Let's try setting this to... Okay, so we don't have many options here. We only have... Well, let's try setting it to the root, because that would be the hips. I'm going to compile that and see if anything breaks. No. So then the leg, we'll just leave those on body offset because that seems to be correct. The shoulders, see, I have that set to hips. I want to try setting it to spine 5 again, because that is technically where it's attached to. And then we'll set you to spine 5 as well. See, a problem is if we had the hips control, I feel like that would be the correct answer for the spine. But we don't have that as an option. Let's compile this and see what it does. Let's see what that looks like. I don't know whether to laugh or cry. I didn't even have to rebake it. The recompile just like it just kind of did it. I mean, it's definitely not perfect. There's some weird wiggling in the leg, in the arms. And the ankle still seems to be somewhat broken. But, I mean, it's there. Okay, so let's mess with a couple more things. And I think we'll finish up with some sketching, because I just want to try and see if we can't get a few more things to be to work for us here. Okay, so if we have to assign, it is a very confident looking monk, which, as we were talking about last week, does not make sense for Jordan. I do want to have this available as an option, if only so that we can, you know, start off by using it and then modify it to something that is more appropriate to her character. But plus, you know, we don't want to just have broken tools that we can't use, and we have to find workarounds. Okay, so the parent control for the legs, I think we can just leave this on body offset. That seems to be correct, at least according to this video. Which, is that ever actually true? It would be really nice if Epic actually just like released proper, thorough documentation on how everything is supposed to work. Well, part of the problem is I think they do release documentation on how stuff is supposed to work. The problem is when it doesn't work the way that it is supposed to, right? And you go, well, what am I supposed to do now? Okay, so yeah, I think the body offset control is effectively sort of controlling the lower body, right? That's what sort of allows the character to move independent of their root position. That's what all of the IKs are sort of operating off of. And then the hips controls, the spine controls, just for the sake of argument, because we are actually getting somewhere, and it's like, well, we might as well fuck it all up. What happens if I set the foot control the hips instead? Yeah, that's definitely got a bit more of like a weird snapping motion. I don't think we want that. No, actually, it's kind of still there. Okay, pause this for a second, because what I want to see, probably the reason for the snapping motion is this, the pull vector controlling the knees. If we sort of follow it through the animation, what is it doing? Yeah, see, it's like hovering at the knee. So as it sort of like slips in and out, the knee is like buckling, trying to establish its position again. What we can probably do is if we just grab the Y location, we just grab all of the keyframes and we just move them up a little bit. Wait, is that moving it over? Yes, it is. Okay. So what would this be? X? Nope, that moves it up. So it's gotta be Z then. We just move it forward. That'll sort of help to keep it forward oriented, right? And then let's go ahead and go in here. Which value did we... Oh, I think we just deleted all of its keys. For the sake of fairness, we'll do the same thing on the other foot. Let's fixed it before. Oh, I know why. Because we need to zero it out. There we go. And if we grab this one and zero it out as well, that should look a bit better. Yeah, it almost looks like the leg control, like the left leg looks like it's kind of going a little bit too far. Honestly, both of the legs kind of look like they're going too far. Like, we could probably grab these values and sort of move them down a little bit. Sort of narrow in the high points of either side. Just so the walk isn't quite so long of a stride, stuff like that. So that, I'm not gonna get too like concerned or lost in the weeds there, just because it's like that's starting to really get into like tailoring the animation, right? More important to our efforts tonight, I think we've got a lot of what we are trying to resolved, right? I think we've finally sort of cracked a lot of why the rig hasn't been behaving the way that we wanted. It's still not 100%. But like, I can go back in here. I think if we assign spine 5 control to the neck, it's still a little twitchy and awkward. Not a huge fan of how that's looking. What if we assign it to the chest control? What does that look like? Maybe a teeny bit better? Not really. It's kind of doing, it's very stiff, which, just for the sake of, or no, don't do that. Bring this up. So mute the rig, and then activate the animation. I wasn't really paying attention to the head motion. Interesting. So, go ahead and mute that. Because when we were messing around before, what I tried doing was going to the head control and saying the neck to local. And that seems closer to what the base animation looks like. Yeah, we turn local on. Seems a little bit more natural in its movement. Mine still feels a touch on the stiff side. Let me try one more thing. Spine controls. Where did I leave it? Is it in globals? Root. There you go. That's a little bit more fluid. Okay, so yeah, still a little knock-kneed, a little weird snapping in the limbs. But compared to where we were the last time we were looking at this, compared to the start of the night, I think our animation, like our rig, is much closer to behaving the way that we want. To the point that I think we can go back to those animation tutorials and we can start to get it to actually do what we want it to do, which is huge. That is a major win. I will take that. I will take that all the way to the bank and cash it and give myself a nice burger. So, big. Big. We have big. We do not have big. Let me go fix that. Big is a good emote. I want that emote. Why do I have to sign in again? Whatever. Big. Okay. So I'm gonna take that win. I'm gonna say that's good enough. Honestly, I'm just happy that we could get that done. Yes, we shall clap by stomping our feet now that the feet actually work. Mostly. So, this is what I would sort of look at this as, is kind of like we've gotten mocap data, right? We have gotten the live capture data from the actor, but it's not cleaned up yet, right? It's not perfect. The feet definitely don't like contact the ground the way that we want to see. Right, we don't have quite the fluidity of the motion or the smoothness. So we would have to go in and refine it, you know, sort of go frame by frame and go, oh, you know, right here, say, we're gonna go in, we're gonna grab the toe controls and we're gonna sort of adjust the bend of the knee and the curl of the toe. Not you. So that the positioning feels a little bit more natural, right? It positions itself against the ground just that little bit extra more correct, right? Right, compared to where it was just a second ago. You know, we might take this and sort of roll the ball of the foot up a little bit more. We might position it in just a little bit so it's not quite so like duck-footed, stuff like that. So I think that's going to happen regardless. But, you know, the fact that the rig is actually working now, and I think a lot of it is just going to be not using this a ton. I think we're just going to leave that zeroed out. We're going to use this more sort of for positioning our foot, right? Sort of revving the engine, so to speak. In as much as we use either of them, because I think we probably won't use this a ton. I think we're mainly going to use this one, right, for positioning the leg and rotating the foot. And then we can use this to sort of adjust the curl of the toe as we need to. So we'll probably use this a little bit, but sparingly. Just to avoid too many, like, conflicting values. Or, you know, we might use it on, like, a very macro level, just to sort of establish at the start of the animation sequence, you know, how we want to, like, roll the ankle. Or, you know, conversely, avoid it rolling. Somewhere in that ballpark. Okay, I'm gonna save that, and then let's just go chill and do a couple more, like, animation sketches, storyboards over in Clip Studio, just to clean out the night, finish up the night on a more laid-back note, shall we? Now I gotta go over here. Not that far. We're gonna go here. I forgot I had that open still. And then where's my list of stuff that we were gonna go through? Okay, so yeah, we were looking at walking. We will need a run animation. But it won't be a, like, super fast sprinty run animation. It'll be more just sort of like a power walk, I think. We don't have jumping. We have a little hop as a consequence of her throwing the book, but that's different. We've got climbing. We do not have slingshotting. We do not have interacting. Interacting will be very interesting. I think part of what we're going to need for that is to have a good, we're going to need to have a better idea of what the things she's going to be interacting with are. Let me see if I can find something really quickly. I haven't seen Mr. Kraken in a while. I just want to see if I can find a video really quickly to sort of demonstrate a little bit. Alrighty, T-Shell. I appreciate you hanging out. I know the game dev stuff, especially the troubleshooting, can be really tedious, but I appreciate you being here. I hope you get some very good rest, and I hope you have a very good start to your weekend. Everyone say goodnight. Okay, yeah, so just as a quick example of what I mean, and some of the mocap stuff is related to this as well. That in Star Citizen, there are a couple of exosuits, the ATLS or Atlas exosuits. And, you can see like the amount of additional animation work that goes into just getting the player in and out of it. I don't know if they have any actual like shots of the player getting out. I don't think they do. It just occurred to me because I was watching a video and it showed like a quick shot of that. It's like, oh, yeah, here we go. So that's what happens when you die. It just kind of spits you out and you flop to the floor. But I just point that out because you can't just sort of make an animation in isolation, right? And then just expect it to work. You need to sort of have an understanding of, oh, the player, pulls this down and then hits this switch and grabs these handles. And some of that will be able to make corrections or, sort of use the IK to position the extremities, the hands and feet, where they need to be for a given animation to interact with an object appropriately. But we're still going to need a better sense of what it is that she's going to be interacting with. So we're going to delay those until we have some better concepts in that regard. So which of these would be fun to mess around with tonight? I think sort of on the subject of climbing, you do a little bit on clambering or like climbing over stuff. And I wanted to have one more thing just as part of the climbing posing. So we're going to pull this out. And sort of going back a little bit to some of the previous poses that we were considering. One of the things, if you guys did the playtest, hopefully spotted, is that if you're climbing and you hold space, Jordan will sort of, for lack of a better word, charge her jump, right? The longer you hold space, the farther you can jump. So I think it would sort of make sense that as you're holding space, she might sort of reposition her feet a little bit. Right, might sort of put them like a little bit more under herself to really sort of like line up and get ready for that jump. She's looking up a little bit more as the trajectory of the jump increases. Maybe she can sort of raise this arm a little bit as well. You know, something like that. I think would sort of be a nice little sort of built-in indicator of like the action. And actually, like, let's actually go a little bit farther than this. So we're not just gonna, I think this leg will still be a little bit more like we had it. You know, it'll still sort of be a bit more there to keep her grounded. But like, let's have her swing inwards a little bit, right? Like she's sort of crouching a little bit, stooping down, right? So like this foot isn't going to move very much, but the upper leg will sort of sink in a little bit. And then, you know, this leg will really like kick in. You know, it'll bounce real low to give her as much springboarding as possible. And then that'll be the one that really sort of drives her outward. Something like that, I think works well. I think that's fine. So yeah, as the hypothetical meter increases, it'll sort of transition to this more like crouched and ready posture, right? Maybe it wouldn't even move the foot that much. Maybe it would just be that sort of like inward movement, right? That sort of extra spring load into the legs. There's a lot of things I want to try and do like that. The what's the word? There's a term where you have like user interface stuff and HUD elements that are built into the game rather than like a 2D object that's just sort of hovering on the screen for you, providing information. Is it diagenic? I don't know. In any case, you know, I'll probably have some other indication, like a bit of a glow or something, or like a little visual effect. I just don't want to have, you know, what we have right now, which is a little literal arrow that pops up and changes color to sort of indicate the trajectory and intensity of the jump. That's just there because it's easy to implement, right? It is not what I want it to ultimately look like. Um, so then, yeah, clambering, sort of like larger objects. You really want to sort of have this like over the top thing, or you know, like going over, where like one leg is sort of trailing behind, and then like one knee sort of gets propped up, like so. You can really sort of have that strong, you know, shoulder action. Really sort of reinforce that she's like pushing herself through that. And the book will just kind of follow along, right? The book will just be there. And frankly, there will be times where the book, like, is definitely metaphorically heavy. It'll drag along behind her, but there's gonna be a lot of stuff there where it will just kind of cooperate because I don't know, unless I can figure out how to make this an interesting puzzle of like getting it over, it's just gonna follow, you know? Now that I say that, what if there are puzzle segments where the book gets stuck on something? Where Jordan is able to get into a certain space, but the book does not, and so she is like limited in the range of motion, the distances that she can travel, and kind of you have to like figure out how to navigate within a limited space with a limited amount of movement to unstuck the book and be able to continue. You know, we wouldn't want it on something as mundane as just a thing that you're climbing over, but there's definitely some potential there. There's some ideas. Hmm. We'll have to dig into that. Yeah, where I think this gets a little bit more interesting is, you know, if we have like sort of a mid-size object, you know, a knee-high, you know, she can just kind of go like, boom, like so. You know, just sort of a high step. You might have one arm sort of drag behind a little bit. So like this arm. So she's sort of like pulling the book this way as she goes over. And then if we have a really big object, you know, something that is almost her height, you know, how is she gonna tackle that? Well, so I think we would have hmm. I mean, we already have this setup mechanically, right? That if an object is a certain height, it does like a climb over animation. Or it does a climb over action. But what is the animation for that going to look like? Oh, well, look at that. Someone was already thinking about it. I like this, though. This is a really good detail. That you don't just necessarily, like, bring the knee up over. You do, like, a full sort of levering of the hips to bring one leg up, and then you sort of, like, roll yourself back over to get into an upright position. So if she goes, let's go ahead and copy this because I think it's going to be sort of a two-stage animation for this one. Bring this down as a reference. So yeah, sort of a similar thing of like, we've got, you know, the upper body, we've got one arm sort of reaching over to ground her. And then the other one is sort of going maybe more like that. We've got one leg, sort of blue line this in. It's sort of like swung up. It's going like that. And the other one is still sort of hanging underneath or hanging down off the object. And then we sort of follow that up on the other side with that sort of more like crouched in, you know, so both of the arms have sort of pulled themselves up, right? And then, you know, this leg can be sort of coming up now. And this one can be already on top of the object because that was the one that sort of vaulted itself, right? Something like that, I think. I think that works pretty well. Makes enough sense, at least. Let's move this down here. So I want to do one more thing, which is sort of the follow-up, which will be similar to this, but I think it'll have that same sort of like, you know, you get off of something. You get off of something that you have to actually like drop a little bit. And so you got that sort of like whoop motion that you do. Sort of lead with one foot. And sort of have the hair like poof up a little bit. So yeah, I like this. I think what will be very interesting to figure out is, the reason that I drew a ball here is I was envisioning like a log falling, right? There's a tree falling over and she has to climb over it. I think the animation style in general, as we sort of see with the reference, like this works for a ledge as well. It could be like a small cliff or something. So it will be interesting to sort of figure out what has to change or how we can make the positioning of the animation adapt to the surface, right? Like if it's got a bit of a curve, is it going to have to look different, or is the positioning of the hands and knees and feet going to have to be different based on the surface that she is climbing onto, and whether she has to go around a corner or if it is more forgiving? I don't know. I know there's a lot of stuff that you can do with IKs and Unreal to allow for adaptive animation, and that is part of why I wanted to set up the rig and animation in Unreal rather than trying to do it in Blender. Because if I do it in Blender, I don't know if it's impossible to update it in Unreal, but it's harder, I think. My understanding is that the animations that you create in Blender are, as I keep calling them, canned, right? It's like, this is what the animation is. And getting it to update or getting it to be responsive is more difficult. So I wanted to try and do it this way, and we'll see if it actually proves to be worthwhile. I think it will be. I think it will be. And if we can have that little bit of realism and like, depending on what she's interacting with or the terrain that she's walking on, like the foot placement and the hand placement changes, I think that would be a good touch. I think that would go a long way. So yeah, that's okay. I'm gonna change one thing with this, just as sort of like a stylistic thing. I like this being a little bit more graphic. Like, we'll still have that break of the calf, but I like just sort of allowing this to like wrap around more dramatically, even if it's a little exaggerated, Make that like a little bit shorter. It's a little too much, but I think that's okay. Next. Slingshotting. Let's do this one. I think this one can be fun. So what do we want to do with slingshotting? Because the whole idea, like mechanically, it's very similar to the giant slingshots in Roadrunner and Coyote cartoons. But it's a little bit different in terms of how she's actually like doing the thing. Because the idea is that we will have saplings or some kind of large stalk type of deal. Maybe we'll have like different designs for it for the levels depending on like the microbiome that she's in. That's a stretch goal. Let's not get too crazy, right? But let's just assume a sapling for now. You know, a small sort of flexible tree with like a, we'll make sort of like a Y-shaped thing, right? Sort of get that slingshot motif in there. Help make it easy for the player to identify a slingshot target as opposed to any other tree. Let's go for something like that. Just size it down a little bit. So she grabs that, right? And sort of hooks the book in. So the book is sort of like wedged and wrapped in here. It's dangling off the tree now. You know, she's down here. So I don't have a requirement in the game for this right now. Might require some mechanical changing, but essentially what would need to happen at this point, right, is, you know, the player like has to back up or do something to, you know, spring load the tree, get it to lean real low and build up that tension. Because right now, once you've hooked on to the target, once you hit jump, it just lets you go, which doesn't really make sense. So either something would sort of need to magically happen that just the tree sort of assumes the launch position, or the player would need to do something to increase the potential energy. It could be book magic. It could absolutely be book magic, but let's just kind of assume that to a degree for right now. I guess we'll assume it for right now. So we're gonna pull back, right? We're gonna prep that, and this is kind of what I've had in mind up to this point, and we're gonna kind of explore whether or not it makes sense. Right, so we've got the book kind of getting pulled against the branches. It's ready to go. It's going ka-chee as the tension in the rope goes wom 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 wom. Right? And then let's just exaggerate this a little bit, right? So it's a bit more like forward torque. And then, you know, Jordan's gonna sort of let go of her footing and the sapling will go ka-chow! And she goes flying forward like that. You know, the sapling sort of snaps back. And this is kind of the question, right? It's like, okay, is it sort of an exaggeration of this where the book gets sent flying and Jordan is just kind of like getting dragged along for the ride? Because that's kind of what I was imagining. Do we want to have it where she's like sort of trailing? Do we want to have it where, you know, she sort of like tucks her legs in and does more of like a something a little bit more perhaps sort of controlled in appearance? You know, maybe something a bit more like so. What do you think, chat? I mean, I don't think we have a real world point of reference for this one. I don't think there's any real sort of like mechanism where people get launched into the air arm first. I'm pretty sure that would like tear your arms out of your sockets and would not be a good carnival ride. Hmm. The other idea, the other idea is maybe the book. Well, so I think launching the book first would definitely give a good sense that the book is heavy, right? That it is pulling her along. But let's go ahead and explore this idea. You know, what if we'll just sort of drag these off to the side to be, you know, ballistic trajectory and all that. But what if, you know, the book launches, but it pulls her along faster? So she kind of winds up traveling with it more than trailing behind it. I'm sort of doing a similar pose to that flying animation, or that flying drawing that we did last year. And then the book, like, is there, but it's more sort of alongside. More like that. And the potentially sort of fun thing, in my mind, is that she could use it as a landing platform as well. That sort of it hits the ground first. And she sort of like grabs it. And cushions her landing that way. See, and that might be sort of like this might be like the stage 2 animation. And the first one would have the book out, you know, farther ahead of her. She's like, maybe honestly like this, right? That she's still sort of following it initially, but the book loses speed faster than she does, so she can sort of catch up to it. Maybe? Oh, excuse me. Oh, let me change back to art. Actually, no, we'll leave it on game development. It is relevant. I think I like this sort of trajectory more. I feel like this gives a good sort of progressive animation. Like the first one, as much as it is funny in a Looney Tunes sort of way, I don't really know how it resolves, you know? Like she just kind of arcs through the air and then I guess does like a tuck and roll to get out of it, you know? It doesn't really like, it doesn't go anywhere, if that makes sense. It's just kind of like, yeah, that's the animation. She's just going, and then probably explodes on impact. Whereas this, I feel like there's a bit more sort of deliberation to it, that, you know, just sort of preparing the shot, you know, winding back, gets pulled. The only other thing that I might change about this, and it kind of depends on like how far back she goes, how far she winds up. I feel like it could be kind of hard, but I'm thinking of like, you know, those big water balloon slingshots? Like, what if the launch animation is like even more tucked in, that she's sort of like got her knees up around her shoulders? Just maximum speed. Maybe something like that. Honestly, that I feel like that could work as like a 2-frame launch into pose 1, right? If we call that pose 0. Of just like that really brief moment where she like tucks her legs in to let go of the ground. And then just goes and then sort of like immediately relaxes into pose 1. And then as she catches up with the book, sort of like pulls herself forward a little bit, or sort of like repositions to get on top of the book, and then sort of settles into like a 3.5 or a 4 where she's like holding on to use it as a landing shield. And then sort of, you know, the book impacts and she sort of bounces off of it. Book's down there like, ow. And then you just sort of like continue back into the walk or the run cycle from there. Or into an idle. What the fuck is going on out there? Sorry if you can hear all the sirens. Someone's having a bad night. I hope they're okay. Or I hope they will be okay. I think that makes sense. I think that works. I think that is good. Yeah. This part is definitely still a question mark, though. Right? Because if we don't want to make the player have to, like, draw back, right, to prep the tree, what do we do there? I guess the other option. Okay, so here's the thing. What I was going to say is the other option is that there would be a bit of an animation delay, right? We don't have the jumping problem like we were discussing last week, where, you know, you hit the jump button and the player character just has to be immediately airborne. You don't get that time for the preparation. We don't necessarily have that problem here, right? We are allowed some amount of time for the player character, for Jordan, to prepare for this launch. You know, a second, maybe? Somewhere in that ballpark. 1 or 2 seconds. Where she, you know, kind of doesn't psych herself up, but, you know, goes through this process of readying the tree for launch. what I was gonna say is maybe the animation that she could do would be sort of pulling the book back to herself. You know, sort of like pulling on the vines to sort of bring the book back. And in doing so, bend the sapling over and get it ready for launch. That is a thing. That is a way that we could approach it. The thing that I don't really like about that idea is it gives Jordan the implication of a lot of upper body strength, right? That just by pulling on the vine, she is able to put this much potential energy into the sapling that it is able to launch her afterwards. We could call it book magic, but I feel like it gets away from what we want to have happen, right? So I feel like there's a way that we can make this work that's a bit more on the system side and not so much on the animation side of things. Let's go back to Unreal for a second. You thought we were done, but I deceived you. Let's go back to our gray box. And we won't play the whole level. We'll just move ourselves over to the slingshot area or close enough to it. I'm gonna hit play. Hello. Okay, so yeah, these are what we've been using, right? I just sort of modeled it out almost like a street lamp or something, just because it was like, whatever, it's close enough. So the idea is that you throw the book. I don't know why the book is invisible right now, but don't worry about that part. And then you get this indicator, right, showing the trajectory that you hit spacebar and you go whoopee, and you fly through the air. So part of what we might need to do to get this to work, what might make sense is we need to sort of adjust the math, right? That while you're close, like we might essentially have it that while Jordan is hooked in, she's always going to be doing this sort of, like backing up, pulling the vines tighter, pulling the sapling down, so it gets more and more extreme in its trajectory, or more and more extreme in its potential energy, right? So like if we go under it, she would kind of flip over, right, and be backstepping this way. And if you go back here, she would be backstepping this way. If you're standing directly under it, and kind of already does this to some degree, right? That the distance that you're able to travel is not very substantial, but it can still get you a fair amount of air. So we might need to adjust that a little bit. There's sort of like, well, if you're really close to it, it's not going to give you that much maneuverability, right? It's not going to do that much. And the farther you go, the longer that ballistic trajectory becomes. So rather than make it an animation thing of, okay, we need to do something where she like gets the trajectory in and then sort of locks it in, and animates pulling the tree down, getting it ready to go, and then releases it, that sort of becomes part of the player's action. Like, while you're doing this part, lining up the shot, that's the part where Jordan is pulling on the tree and sort of getting it to the right amount of tension. That when you hit the space bar, it's just her tucking her legs in and launching. That probably makes the most sense. It doesn't require her to be like pulling it with nothing but upper arm strength or upper body strength. And it's less downtime to allow for the animation to do its thing. Why is the book not loading? I saw it for a second. There's a bunch of stuff that has just been not behaving. Maybe it's a build issue. Like it's trying to load stuff in, but it can't find it. Alright, I was just looking to see if I could find our wayward book. Are the hooks here? Yeah, they're fine. Got the side scroller character. Yeah, where's our book? The book base model is empty. Well, that's definitely incorrect. Okay. Textures, characters, book. What do you mean it's... Okay, there it is. Create material, create sprite actions, re-import with new file, show in folder view. I mean, it has all of them. It's just being a fucking idiot about it. And then reference viewer. Here, instance test. Okay, and now the book is there. Why were you not doing that from the beginning? Whatever, at least you figured it out. Unreal seems to have load issues like that sometimes, but as long as it's doing it, whatever. Okay. So yeah, I think that does make sense. So let's step back to Flip Studio really quick, and we'll just make a couple of written notes to help establish. Let's get rid of this. We'll do like that. And then yeah, once she lets go, oh, let's do like so. So yeah, that might take a little bit of mathing. It might also just not matter, right? Because when you're standing directly underneath it, yes, it'll sort of launch you into the air, but it's also not gonna like do that much from a mechanical standpoint. So it honestly might just not be worth the headache of trying to get it to be that accurate, you know? Who cares? It's fun. Excuse me. Hmm. So I think for the last sort of one that we have unaccounted for, so to speak, is the run cycle. Move this over a little bit. I'm actually gonna copy this. Just as like a reference of similar posing, right? It's like, hey, maybe that will be useful. So I think we will want to have Jordan be able to walk faster. I don't know that I would call it a full run cycle, right? But definitely I think some amount of her being able to move faster than a trot, you know? So the question at that point is kind of what would that look like? Yeah, I think if we sort of really emphasize the forward lean, What if she like grabs the vine over one shoulder and is like pulling it that way? I don't really like the exact positioning of the shoulders here, but I think it is a good like jumping off point at least. We don't want to put the leg up that high, I don't think. We don't want her like at a full sprint or anything, but we can sort of give this sense of she's really putting in that extra work to huff it and get going as fast as she can. Or move it as quickly as she can. I don't know if I like this per se. I don't think it's quite the right mood for the game. But I think it's fine to sort of exploring like, well, what are the things that she might be capable of doing, and maybe we can just like include it in the cutscene at some point. Yeah, I'm sort of thinking of like Neva or Agree never really had, actually, yeah, on that subject or on that idea. I'm just gonna skip ahead a little bit. Oh, just go to the site. Just go to the site. It's fine. See if we can find somewhere a little bit closer. Close enough. So yeah, like even when she's, at a full run, and granted, this is a slightly different visual style and everything, but the pacing of her footsteps is still pretty slow, right? So I think there would be a mismatch of if Jordan were walking, but the actual movement of the character exceeded the pace of her step. That would be weird. We want to avoid that. But I don't think we necessarily need a full run, right? We don't need her like getting into a sprint or even like a full speed jog. More just something I think that sort of gives a good sense of like motion for the speed that she is capable of going at. So what would accomplish that? I wonder. I do really like this run cycle. It kind of makes me wonder if there's something of a similar nature that we can do. Right, because we don't want like a heroic run cycle. We don't want something too like powerful, or, really athletic. We don't want something casual either. Watched this video a long time ago, so you can see if there's something in there that might be helpful. Also, there's a couple of things that we consider in here, right? Yes. That's cool. Bottom. I just want to make a quick note here. So, I think I've talked about this before, but these 5 poses are really good. And this is what I was trying to do a little while back when we were trying to set up a walk cycle, but the rig was fighting me and I got pissed off. But, you know, you see a lot in Flash animation and in 3D animation because though digital animation programs will tween your keyframes, right? So you could have these 5 frames and then just tell the engine to tween them, and it will just take the various joints, look at their position A, and then their position B, and then just in every frame between those keyframes, move it automatically, right? And that's a fine place to start. It's going to look very mechanical because it's just going to like move linearly between each of those keyframes. It's not going to have the changes in speed, the arc trajectory, etc. So what you'll find happens a lot in higher grade animations where they, have the budget that they don't have to rely on tweening is they'll set up the keyframes. Maybe they'll tween it just as, you know, a rough pass. And then they'll go in between the keyframes. They'll make new keyframes. And they'll refine those. And then they'll tween it again. So, you know, now instead of 5, you have 9 keyframes. And then they go in between each of those and establish new keyframes to further clean up, you know, the trajectory between each of them. And eventually, you just keyframe the entire timeline, right? You just go down to the point where you are going frame by frame to correct it and perfect the positioning, the timing, orientation, all of those things. So I think, like, as for rough passes, using tweens is fine. But, you know, assuming you have the budget for it and everything, I think it is very rare to leave tweens in the final product. I think most of the time they end up keying everything. So it ends up sort of getting back to that hand animation, you know, traditional 2D animation point of, yes, you still have to make every frame. You can't rely on the machine to make it for you. Damn. See? That's what I'm saying about the tweens. I was gonna make a point about something that he said in there. Oh no, it was what you said, standing. Yes, Jordan is definitely going to have a lot of ground to cover. I think to some degree there is going to be an increase in velocity over the course of the game. Like, the first few levels are going to be fairly compact because she's not going to be able to move very far. Right? There is going to be a greater sense of weight and she is going to physically move slower, and over the course of the game will be able to move faster and faster. So some of this is thinking a little bit ahead. I think early on the player will kind of be stuck to a fast walk cycle. And you know, I think to some degree that'll be fine just because the player doesn't know that they can theoretically go faster. This is as fast as the character is allowed to go. But, you know, it'll sort of be that power unlock thing of getting more capable, getting more abilities for traversal, and just being able to move faster over the course of the game. Ooh. Damn. Oh, he works at Leica, or did. I don't know if he's still there. I mean, that's a given. So it was a lot, right? There's a lot to go through, and obviously, kind of ended up just absorbing a lot of the thought because you know Jordan's personality has been a lot of what we're trying to explore here. You know, not just that she is going through the space, but sort of how can we convey things about her personality and her disposition and the things that are easy and hard for her to do while allowing for the mechanics of the game. So I don't hate this pose, but I think it's out. I think it just doesn't really like make sense, you know? Like it's not a bad pose in general. It just doesn't really like get the right feeling for the character or the range of motion. I think the same sort of going back to what Doodley was saying about running, that you sort of get that figure eight as the character is launching themselves off the ground with each step. I think we would want, how do I say this? Almost like an aborted launch. Or like a hop rather than a full launch. So, doing it entirely from the side. I'm not sure what the arms would be doing in this situation is the thing. But I guess we can still sort of have her like rotated away a little bit. You go ahead and do that. You can sort of raise the body forward some. And then maybe instead of like a full drag, maybe she's sort of moving the upper body is a bit more relaxed. Or like the arms are a bit more relaxed. She can pull it a bit more easily. Maybe. Not a huge fan of that, but we'll go for it for right now. And then, we've got the legs. And so what are these guys doing? That I'm sort of trying to figure out that like sort of hopping jog thing that you do sometimes. No, I don't like this pose. This pose sucks. What was that video that he was suggesting? Where'd it go? Kevin B. Perry, 100 Ways to Walk. Let's just go ahead and put this back on while we sort of think through it. See if anything in here jogs something. Completely stiff. It's kind of chill. I like that like step in front thing that he did in that one. Yeah, these are a ton of fun. I feel called out. Ew. Man. Yeah, see, that's what I was thinking about. It's like, let's not do that. It's interesting, the hot walk is almost like a drunk walk. Like you have that same sort of mental debilitation. It's interesting. Sure. Maybe that's it. Here, go back. Maybe the trick for our run cycle is not to do an all-out run, right? Like she's not launching off the ground, but maybe just increasing the length of the stride and just having that little moment where like she hasn't launched herself, but the one foot has left the ground and the other one has yet to catch it. So there's that little bit of like a float or a drift between the steps. I think that's what Gree's doing. That might be the answer. We'll try that in a second. I just want to let this finish because these are fun. I enjoy these. Sure. Sure, buddy. Yeah. I don't think that's an actual walk cycle, but we'll allow it. That poor treadmill is dying. Ow. Lego. Those were fun. That was very good. Okay, I'm just gonna let that video go. Okay, so going back to here. I think if we sort of have, right, like we don't want to lean too far forward. I don't think. But if we sort of have, we're going back again to like what Gree was doing, that we have her like just about ready to go, right? You know, she's sort of pulling the book along. And this leg is like ready to catch, but it isn't there yet. And then let's take this. I wanna... What am I trying to do here? I mean, that just kind of feels like a run. I think a lot of it is sort of getting like the A to B. I don't think it's necessarily something that we can capture in a single pose, you know? Like if this leg comes out and then this leg sort of like snaps down, and this is, I think, the thing, right? Like if we were to go back to Doodley's video, I think the legs would be, you know, pretty like far out and evenly spaced, whereas this is more sort of like fall forward, and this leg sort of snaps to catch, right? So this one is sort of like a little floaty, and then this one is just sort of there to counterbalance or to resolve the forward momentum. Maybe something like that. So then if we were to do, just move this over more like that and give us some room. Come back here. So here, let's color coordinate, make it a bit easier to understand what's what. Yeah, we're not going to have the arms able to do that sort of counterbalancing that Doodley was talking about, right? So this leg is just sort of gonna like swing forward and catch the ground. While this one sort of trails behind a little bit. And then, so, you know, going back here, this is gonna sort of lever the hips up like that. And then this will sort of level them back out. And then we sort of get the opposite as this leg starts to trail behind. And this one starts to curl and sort of do the same thing. You can still sort of have this foot trailing behind like this, while this one is like fully planted on the ground now. I think something to that effect is not bad. And then, yeah, we would sort of have, excuse me, this like sort of come up, right? Same deals with the other one. It's not gonna swing far forward, but it's sort of getting ready to sort of plant itself down, while this one, while our far leg, the blue leg, is starting to reach its apex, right? It's starting to sort of raise up onto the toe and loses contact with the ground. The red leg is getting ready to catch once that disconnect happens. But yeah, I think in part because, you know, Jordan is sort of swinging her arms around to drag the book along behind her, she doesn't have the full range of motion. Also, she keeps getting taller, because I can't draw consistently for shit. And then, yeah, it would just kind of go back and forth. You know, blue leg is now trailing up in the air. Red leg comes down, heel first. Sort of finishes that cycle like so. And we just sort of continue that forward lean. The other thing that we might be able to do a little bit with this, just to sort of help emphasize the amount of energy and intention compared to the walk cycles, we can have, like, she's still dragging the book, but the shoulders can kind of go a little bit, right? So like as this leg comes down, this shoulder might drive a little bit farther forward. The upper body might rotate a little bit. Whereas on this one, or no, would be the other way around. It's that counterbalancing that he was talking about, that this shoulder would come more forward and this one would sort of bounce backwards. And then conversely, this one on this step would drive more forward. And the blue shoulder would sort of roll back a little bit. I think that kind of works, and especially in a few sections where she will definitely have to be running, I think this makes a lot of sense. That we have something that she can work with, right? Like it's not a jog. It's not a full-on sprint. It's not like an Uma Musume run. It's more sort of like it's really sort of leaning into that idea of just falling and catching yourself with your foot, but doing it with a longer stride and a more forward lean, so that she can get like more distance out of it compared to the walk cycle. I think that makes sense. I think that works. Okay. I like it. This was a good night. I got to hang out with all of my chat, with all my chums. We finally broke through a lot of the bugs with the rig. It's not 100%. There's still some oddities to it, for sure. But we're getting to a point where the animations that we bake out of the sample pack are starting to look correct. They're not just completely broken and fucky like they were before. There's definitely some stuff of like the foot rolling and whatnot that I think we're just gonna have to zero that stuff out, and then make the corrections as we need to. But I'm totally fine with that. If that's what we gotta do to get this to work, that is 100% okay with me. Just the fact that it works though, just the fact that we can use it, we can get back into doing animation practice stuff. I think it's great. I'm super excited. So we'll probably start doing some more of that again next week, right? We'll go back to some of the tutorials that we had loaded up before and see if we can actually start to progress through them now. Because I think we actually have a shot, which is great. That's super cool. That's exciting. It would not surprise me if we go back to a lot of the stuff that we are doing here and revisit them and revise them and give it another go, right? But I think these are very good like first passes for a lot of the animation intentions. And of course, to some degree, we'll have to sort of see as we go in and actually start making the animations, like, oh, you know, we're going to need to account for this possibility and these conditions, etc. But I think it's a very good, like, initial exploration. So yeah, thank you guys for hanging out. Thank you for being patient while we did the troubleshooting stuff. I'm so glad about that. I'm so glad we're finally putting it behind us. Yeah, I hope to see y'all on Saturday. What I am thinking we'll do is same thing as last week. We're gonna do the artwork first, just to make sure we give it as much time as we need to finish it up. Right, so we'll do that. We'll see it done. I think it is close. You know, just another hour or two-ish to put the nice final touches on it and clean some stuff up and all that. And then we'll play Horizon afterwards. Thank you guys. Thank you for being here. Thank you for joining me. I am glad to be getting back to work on it. Back to work on pages. I think we can do a lot this year with it. I think we can really make some really good progress, and I don't think we're going to get to the point of an early access game. I think that's a little ambitious, but I do think we can really get it to start shaping into the game that we want it to be. Yes, I'm gonna go ahead and shut down the YouTube stream. Everyone say goodbye to the VOD squad, and we're gonna find somebody that we can raid. And yes, it will be on to the weekend. Let's see, where did you go?